Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting and on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. We have 5 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once the case is called, I would like to take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And before I call the first case, I want to apologize to the public for our delayed start this morning. Our executive meeting that we have every morning before all our public meetings, it took much longer than I had anticipated. So I do apologize for the delay in starting at 10:30 this morning. All right, so the first case in our calendar this morning is a protest hearing status, case number 23, PRO 00034, the Owl Room, license number 76116. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning, everyone. Candace Fitch, your access has been elevated. Sable Harris, your access has been elevated. It appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Candace Fitch, present.
I can't. Do you have a camera you can turn on, Ms. Fitch?
Oh, I'm sorry. I could see where to do that.
And I apologize for our delayed start this morning. But all right, Ms. Fitch.
Yep.
Good morning. I still can't see you, but we can move on, ma'am. Can you spell and state your name for the record and who is it that you represent?
Candace Fitch, CANDACE FITCH, and I am the attorney for the licensee.
Good morning. Is the licensee going to join us this morning?
It was my understanding their manager, Scott Herman, would be in here this morning. I don't know if he's a participant that you didn't know about.
It's not okay. I see Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hi, it's Scott Herman, SCOTT, Herman, HERMAN.
Good morning. And I can't see either, folks, but that's okay.
Clicked on start video. There we go.
All right, now I can see you, sir. All right, fine.
Yeah, I don't know why mine's not working either. Sorry.
All right. Ms. Harris, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. This is Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S, and I represent ANC 1B.
Good morning, Ms. Harris. Good morning again, everyone. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
We have reached a settlement agreement and it is signed. However, it was just this morning, so we will be transmitting that to the board later today.
All right, so both sides. All right, so well then it's great to hear the board is always happy when there are settlement agreements because it's I like the way Miss Fitch conveniently when Miss Harris said there's a settlement agreement, I can now see you. So what were you shy
It's
before?
technology, I swear it's technology.
No, but that's all good. I'm glad to hear that there's an agreement. I was about to say that the matter was scheduled, it would be scheduled for protest hearing on the 28th. But since that's so, I'll dispense with that. I'm glad that the parties were able to settle this matter. Please submit the agreement to the board. The board will review it, and if it's legally sufficient, we will approve it. So thank you very much for being here today, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00101, Elements DC, license number 118277. This case has been canceled based on the parties submitting an offer in compromise to the board for its review and approval. The next case in our calendar, it's case number 23 CMP 00029, Tress Creole Catering, license number 111150. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Alden Sensi, your access has been elevated. Ralph Tyson, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, hello, Ralph Tyson.
I'm sorry, I hear a voice, but I don't see a picture. So is that Mr. Tyson? I cannot see you, sir.
Yes, this is me.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
I just started the video.
Yes, sir. Fine, I cannot see you. All right, good morning. Mr. Sensi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Morning, Mr. Chenci. All right, Mr. Tyson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Ralph Tyson, RALPH, Tyson, TYSON.
What's your relationship to this establishment?
Oh, the owner of Trey Creole Catering, Tyson, aka also known as Tyson's Creations,
All right.
LLC.
All right, thank you, sir. You're breaking up a little bit, so all right. All right, Mr. Chenci, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
The only preliminary matter, Chairperson Anderson, is that an OIC offer has been extended to the licensee. I do not believe it has yet been accepted.
All right, any preliminary matters on your part, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, with attorney Kevin Lutz, who sent me the offer in compromise. I sent him an email just recently, just with all the documentation, because I was going to request a fact-finding hearing, but I was told to request a fact-finding hearing, and I sent all the documentation of what was present at that moment for everything.
Well, I mean, maybe we're in litigation. So,
yes.
So when we're in litigation, we don't have fact-finding hearings. So this is something that you and the government needs to discuss. We can have a fact-finding hearing outside of this litigation.
Of course.
But if you contest the charges that are in the show cause here, the charging document, then that's when you will come to and this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 7th at 10:30 a.m. So if you contest the charges in that document, that's when you would submit your documents and witnesses to contest it. So this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 7th, 2022. I'm sorry, June 7th at 10:30 a.m. The parties are reminded that 7 days before the hearing, all documents and witnesses that each side will rely on must be exchanged. So therefore, you need to send those, the parties need to exchange, identify the documents and witnesses that they will rely on at the hearing, and that a copy of it should also be, and a copy of it must also be shared with the agency. So whatever documents you said that you submit, sir, we are going to have a show cause hearing on June 7th. And so therefore, if you're contesting the charges and you have documents and you're going to call witnesses, you should send the paperwork to the government, and you should also send a copy of it to the agency, and you have to send it to them 7 days before the hearing. If it's not submitted 7 days before the hearing, at the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the agency we are empowered to prevent you from relying on those documents and witnesses if they have not been disclosed. And so therefore, we're having a hearing, and the government will go first. The government will call its witness. The government will state what its position is, and then you will have an opportunity to call your witness and have your documents to contest the charges that's in the charging document. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, I do not.
All right, fine. So
actually, I do have one question. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Is the offer in compromise officially off the table after this call, or
it's on the table between you and the government? We are not a part of this, so you and the government can discuss. And if an agreement is made before June 7th, if a signed agreement is sent to us, the board will review it, and if we believe that it's appropriate, we'll accept it, or we will reject it. But that is you can continue to speak to the government as late as possible, and the board will entertain if an agreement is made. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. All right. And I believe that concludes your day today, sir. You have a great day also.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 23, CMP 00004, Justin's House of Bourbon, license number 116888. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. All right, the next case in our calendar is a fact finding is case number 23251 00010, The Fireplace, license number 14419. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government? I'm sorry, the rights of the licensee. There is a police officer. Can you please elevate their rights, please?
Jeremiah Griswold, your access has been elevated. Sergeant Billy McEachern, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. McEachern. Let's see something. Officer McEachern, are you there? Sergeant McEachern, are you there?
He doesn't appear to have a, oh, sorry.
Hello?
Yes, Sergeant,
Yes, how you doing? I'm trying,
do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
I'm trying to, yeah. Trying to get- Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, sir. All right, hold on
I'm
one
on.
minute.
Oh, got me.
Sergeant, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Billy McCarron, BILLYMC, capital EACHERN.
Good morning. Mr. Griswold, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Jeremiah, Jeremiah, Griswold, GRISWELL.
All right, thank you, sir. And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am manager as well as just a representative
All right.
department.
You're a little garbled in hearing. I just want to make sure.
Representing the fireplace and one of the managers.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. We're here this morning to discuss ABRA case number 23-251-00010 and the facts regarding an incident that occurred at the fireplace on March 16, 2023. Specifically, the ABCA investigator report indicates that a verbal altercation occurred between two patrons on the second floor of the establishment. The altercation led to a stabbing at the premises where one patron stabbed the other. The board is concerned about how the assailant patron brought the knife into the establishment and what measures are used by the respondent to prevent weapons from entering. Additionally, what role did the respondent security take in responding to the incident? Detailing the suspect outside and contacting MPD as well as rendering aid. And so that's what happened. So, Mr. Griswold, this is just a fact-finding here. The board has not made any determination whether or not we will take any action against the establishment. At this juncture, we are just trying to gather some facts to find out what is happening. I am not, none of the parties are being sworn. You're not being sworn in. So what will occur, and the board cannot legally empower you to take any specific action at a fact-finding hearing. We can suggest, you can decide that you're not going to comply with it, but we're just gathering facts. At the end of the fact-finding hearing, the board, the decision that the board will make, it's either to take no further action, or we might refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for them to determine if any violation occur. So basically, that's where we are. So what I'll ask, I'll start by asking the sergeant basically to explain to us from his perspective what occurred. The board is empowered to ask questions of the sergeant once he has presented what occurred and how did the licensee respond. You can also then after that, Mr. Griswold, you can provide your response to what occurred there, and the board will conclude the hearing. All right, okay. Any questions before we start by either the sergeant, or you, Mr. Griswold?
No, I'm good.
All right. Sergeant, can you explain to us just as far as MPD is concerned, what happened and how did the licensee respond to the occurrence, please?
Okay, my understanding the night of occurrence, it was an altercation between two patrons that like frequent to the location. They had like a past understanding of kind of argument or so, which spilled on to the day of questioning. One patron confronted the other patron about the situation. Other patron decided to end up stabbing him, unknown to the other patron. Once the stabbing occurred, understand that the bouncers or the security end up trying to separate the two and trying to eliminate the confusion and the altercation. And I was also told that one of the bartenders called the MPD for 911. Once the patient that was stabbed, he was separated, was taken outside of the location, in front of the location, and the suspect, of the stabbing the stabbing on person. He ended up being escorted outside through the side door towards the 22nd Street and was ended up walking away from the building and was stopped by MPD due to security also pointing out the suspect that was involved in the stabbing. Once MPD arrived on the scene, MPD secured the suspect, also provide ambulance and medical assistance to the victim that was in the front of the location.
So Sergeant, from your perspective, did the licensee, did they do everything appropriate, or what did they do? Did they comply with the law or in their response?
Yes, they were very cooperative. They applied with the law. Only one question was that the crime scene, we really couldn't find a crime scene. Either it was cleaned up or it was a suspected crime scene. We couldn't really identify, is this the crime scene area or the blood? That's the only thing we couldn't. That's the only thing. They were very cooperative with the video, very cooperative by standing by as witnesses, gave their statements. They were very cooperative.
All right, thank you. Before I'm going to have Mr. Griswold, you can respond, but before I move on, does anyone have any questions they want to ask of the sergeant? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, Sergeant McKeechin. You said that the person was stabbed inside. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was there any footage or anything captured on their camera system regarding the stabbing?
Yes,
So it clearly happened inside.
that's correct.
So there was a weapon inside of the fireplace on this particular night of the stabbing.
That is correct.
Security did not find the weapon.
Unknown, no, they did not. They didn't locate the weapon before the incident. No, they did. They did secure the weapon after the incident for us, and then we secured it basically.
Just for the record, I think it would have been appropriate if they'd have got it before the stabbing.
That's correct.
You agree with that? Okay.
I totally agree.
Okay. So, and then they did not preserve the crime scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if it had been a homicide, then it would have been a mess because the case would have been clouded by not preserving the crime scene. Is that correct?
That's correct. But my understanding was the crime scene, we were looking for blood on the floor, and the way the guy was bleeding, it should have been more blood. We couldn't find that blood, basically. Due to the video footage, you couldn't really see as the actual blood should have been on the floor or where the crime scene could have been. But you
Where
saw
was he stabbed about? Whereabouts on the body was he stabbed? Was it
the
chest
left
area, abdomen?
Yeah, left side upper area, like upper back side area, basically.
So it was on the front or the rear?
Like the rear side, like your back gland, basically. Like your
Okay, so right, but the heart would have been right behind where the stabbing took place.
maybe your lung.
The
Yeah.
lung,
Yeah.
okay. Well, lung and heart, they're right there together on that left side, the pulmonary system. But at any rate, the security persons, you said they were quite cooperative, correct?
That is correct.
Did they make any documentation? Was there a log of the incident? Was it anything that could have helped in case there was a death?
Yes, they were very cooperative. They provided their log. They also provide their verbal statement to our detectives and all investigators on scene.
For the record, can you describe what they put in their writing?
Not now, not right as of now, no. But it can be provided by our detectives.
But you said there was a log. Did you get a chance to read the log?
No, because at the time they was writing it and also providing our statement.
So when did you get a chance to see the video?
On scene, I didn't verbally see it. I mean, visually see it. My detective saw it, and one of my officers recorded on body one camera. I was still doing crime management. Scene management at the time, due to the fact that we had a hospital detail and also arrest. We had like two different locations. I was still doing scene management, visually seeing video. I did not see it, but I did verbally. I did see the actual video footage was copied onto a flash drive, handed over straight to my detective.
Okay, great.
On scene.
So now, based on all information that you've testified to, are there any recommendations you would make to this board that the security could have done a little better job? Because your testimony was that these two persons, the person who was stabbed and the assaulter, knew each other and they'd had problems there before, correct?
That's correct. I'm not sure at that location, but I was told that they had history.
Well, who provided that information?
One of the security guards, because they knew him personally. Well, they knew
Security
him by
guard,
name.
the security guard knew this person, had a beef with the person he stabbed, but do you think that he was searched well when he went in? If they knew he was a dangerous person, they had knowledge of him being dangerous.
No, not knowledge of being. They just knew that they had don't get along well. I don't think the way you're asking me is like if he was a dangerous person, would he come in with a gun? No, I don't think they would think that. I just knew that. My understanding is that they knew they don't get along as much, and when they hang out this location,
I respect your professionalism and respect your answer.
That's it.
But now, if somebody knows somebody has a beef with somebody, you're not going to search them good when you let them in your establishment?
Yes, sir. I will.
Do you think they did?
Obviously, they didn't. No.
All right. Thank you very much. Your testimony was quite compelling. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions of the sergeant by the board members? Mr. Griswold. Mr. Griswold, you can. I see that when the sergeant was testifying, you had shake your head. So, I guess there are two ways you can do it. Do you have any questions for the sergeant, and then what's your version, the establishment's version of what occurred, and how did that happen?
Yes, I do have a question for the sergeant. You say the crime scene was not preserved, and that the witness was stabbed over by the lung, which Mr. Short medically described as next to the heart, pulmonary systems. It was my understanding that there was no blood, and that shortly thereafter, because of the severity of the crime, and we did not want to alter anything of this crime scene, that the fireplace closed for the remainder of the evening and to not do any cleaning or anything. Now, when you arrived to the scene, did it look like anything was cleaned up?
It appears, like I said, it wasn't. I didn't smell no chemical. No, I didn't smell no chemical cleanup. No, I did not. But it was closed. The building was closed after the incident.
And the police and the ABRA investigator were allowed to come in and take a look, as is the scene, like were any stools moved, were napkins swept up, any drinks picked up or anything, or did it look like as if everybody was told to leave?
Yeah, it does look like it was totally, but stools were moved and things were rearranged. Yes, but everything was y'all did allow police. Like I said, you're very cooperative in when allowing police and questioning and all that thing.
And when the knife was recovered and given to you, did it look like we could have technically found the weapon on the person just doing a quick glance, or a small pat?
I can't say that. I can't say that part.
But you did see the knife.
I did see the knife.
So, and you are stating then that we could have done something about stopping the knife to come in?
Yes, we could have.
But you can't really say that because you didn't see the knife. I mean, technically, I have a knife in my kitchen. Isn't that a weapon?
I don't get the questioning.
I'm just saying that the knife was something that we couldn't find. So I don't understand why you are saying that we could have prevented it coming in.
I believe at any kind of security location, you do your best. I mean, there's mistakes can be happening. Some things can happen. I am reasonable with that. It can be slipped by. Things can slip by, but you can do your best as in what you could at what you're doing.
Did we do our best?
I mean, no, that night, no, because an incident occurred. I mean, you only judge by what done lately, just like me as a police
They
officer.
did their best at
If I
school.
didn't do my best that night, I'm not the best sergeant ever. You know, I'll be classified as not the best sergeant. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Griswold, do you have a response to what happened? And then I might have some questions I want to ask you, and other board members might ask you some questions there.
My only response is that we did preserve crime scene, seeing as we've already been smacked on the hand once about this. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't make that mistake ever again. And that I spoke to the victim, and he said that when he noticed it, there was blood on his shirt, and that even when he got to the hospital, that it seemed like the shirt was just soaked in blood, so there was no blood that was spilling out. It wasn't necessarily a gushing wound, but yes, there was blood coming out, and apparently it was 2 inches away from the lung, from what I understand, about 4 inches deep. So the knife couldn't have been terribly large, and I mean, we did do everything that we possibly could. Certainly, it could have been avoided. Other than directly getting up in and everybody, I don't know. Other than, I mean, we do have the magnetron at the door that we want, but we use it more or less during the heavier coat season, with bigger coats, instead of getting intrusively invasive. We don't even allow backpacks, and we restrict purses to try to be smaller after a certain time at the bar. Now, the 2 victims, I spoke to not the assailant and the victim. I spoke to the victim, and yes, they did have beef frequently.
Mr. Griswold, do me a favor. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Turn your camera off.
Okay.
Because you're gargled. So let me speak. Let me say this much clearer.
Is that better?
It's a little bit better. Okay, go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Okay. I had spoken to the assailant and to the victim, not to the victim, not the assailant, the victim. And it is my understanding that yes, they did have beef frequently, but apparently the night before, or shortly, or their previous meeting, they had apologized to each other and were on good terms. So the reason why the victim had approached the assailant was because the assailant was talking trash about him, and he wanted to go over and find out what was going on. The incident didn't occur until actually the victim went upstairs, and the assailant followed. At which point we were trying to separate after we noticed the incident occur. Also, the assailant apparently ran away from the establishment. And I mean, after somebody leaves our door, it's my understanding that we are not allowed to technically stop or anything, or detain anyone legally as the fireplace. But security did go with an officer and point him out. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else to offer.
You can turn the camera back. You can turn the camera back on. So it's a little choppy, but anyway, we'll work with it. So let me ask you a question. So what night of the week was this?
I actually do not know. I believe it was a Thursday.
March 16th. Let me see. March 16th. It's a Thursday. So tell me what on a Thursday night. What are the establishment security measures?
I believe I have detailed in the security log or in my security plan filed with ABRA, but I have 2 security guards. Depending on the time in question, I have 1 security guard start at 6 o'clock, sitting at the door, and that person is stationed there 24 or for the duration, and then another person show up at 9 o'clock and sit upstairs and rotate downstairs as well to maintain bathroom orderly and everything else, and also occasionally wander outside to make sure that there's no noise going on outside.
All right. So what type of security procedures does a person experience before they enter the establishment?
That depends on the person, but however, let's say it is a female carrying a large purse. We card the person and we ask to look inside the purse. And depending on the purse size, if it's too large, we ask that the purse not come in due to the time and not be allowed in. A male of any age carrying a backpack, we inform them that the backpack's not allowed in, or a large bag is not allowed in. And then obviously we card the person. And even a small bag, we try to check and look inside, make sure that there are no probable weapons. Oh, I would like to also state that
hold on, Mr. Gris. Can you keep your camera stationary there, please? You're moving.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just holding the laptop.
Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to also state that that the victim did not inform us of any problems that they had prior, and knowing, not personally knowing, but I am familiar with the assailant. He did not seem like he was any kind of a threat person.
Now, was this a large knife or a small knife?
That's why I asked the officer about the knife.
I'm sorry, you said what? It's a pocket knife?
That's why I asked the officer about the knife. I personally did not see the knife.
So you don't know what size knife it was?
No, I do not.
Does your establishment have a security plan?
It does, and it's filed with the ABC board. We just recently signed all the paperwork and everything. We have a security plan with ANC and ABRA, as well as noise and some other plan.
Now, tell me about, do you use, I know you had said you have some type of wands, but is everyone who enters the establishment, are they wanded?
No. This is used mainly in the wintertime when people are wearing larger coats or longer coats, and the security guard feels like they don't want to get intrusive.
But what is it that your security plan, does your security plan,
Security plan doesn't
what
say
is it
anything about your magnetron, sir.
It doesn't?
No.
Now, do you believe that if you were to use a wand on everyone who enters the establishment, if this would have been a preventable matter?
I honestly do not. I mean, from what my understanding is, like, again, I did not see the knife. It was something that could have slipped in easily.
Even if one was to use a wand?
Even if one was to use a wand, I mean, you would. I honestly cannot say for that one. I mean, used properly, yep. I guess probably could have found it. I mean,
so would you would the establishment agree to use
I've already sidely agreed to use it when necessary during the wintertime. Is the board?
I'm sorry. What is it you agreed to do, sir?
This is just a fact finding. I'm sorry. I've already sidely agreed to use it when necessary during the winter times.
What do you call when necessary?
Winter times.
But so March 16 was what, sir? Was that winter, summer, fall, or spring?
Are you asking me out of stupidity or just?
You said winter time, so I'm asking. You had an event.
I would consider December, October, and November my winter time. When there's snow on the ground and it's too cold and somebody's wearing a large coat. Are you wearing a large coat to work, sir?
I'm working from home, sir. So I'm asking you. I'm working from home.
I wouldn't want you right now.
So, sir, listen. I'm not Mr. Griswold.
I'm sorry. I'm getting upset.
All right. Let's start at the beginning, sir. You have agreed to use. You said you have agreed to use one during the winter time when it's necessary. You had an event on March 16th, and I guess what you're saying March 16th was not a winter. It wasn't a winter. No. So, and what I'm trying to say, if you were using the security procedures that you used during the wintertime, if you are using those same procedures on March 16, do you believe that this event would have been preventable? Would you have identified that there's a knife?
I'm not saying that for recommend. I did everything I possibly could to prevent this. I was extremely cooperative. You know, had we been informed if the two were already arguing, we could have kept a closer eye on it, I suppose. But
well, Mr. Griswold, events occur in an establishment, and some events occur because people know each other, or someone might spill a drink on someone, somebody might bump into someone else, and something happens. So you're saying that if someone had told me, I would have been more prepared. That's not
no.
appropriate answer, sir.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry. We do tend to keep a closer eye, more attentiveness to anybody who opposes and say, "Hey, I'm having a problem with this person," as I would expect any establishment to do. Actually, I mean, you want to try to prevent anything from happening. Well, proactive, I believe that's called. So yes, had we been told, and had we been told, especially by the victim, that they were having issues, yes, we would have kept a closer eye on it. From my understanding, actually, they did not have issues. In the past, they had been having issues, but apparently they had, and having spoken to the victim, they apologized just recently to each other about something that had occurred. So I don't think they had a problem.
And Mr. Griswold, since I've been in this position, sir, I've faced situations where people didn't know each other before, that someone accidentally bounced into someone. They're on the dance floor, and they bounce into someone, apologize, and the person react unnecessarily, or someone spilled a drink on someone, and so therefore it's not because they know each other, sir. It can be two. It could be just two people who don't know each other, and something just happened. So the question I was asking you is that why would you not agree to do like use one the year round? Why is it just during the winter? Because the reason why I asked you about the knife, and I asked you if it was March 16th, the winter, what type of year it was. I wasn't trying to be facetious, but I'm just saying is that if you were using your wand, as you said you used during the winter, would this event be would the wand have would the person? I mean, I need you to make sure that your camera doesn't move, sir, because it kind of makes us kind of dizzy because we're moving. So I just need your camera to be stationary so I don't get wheezy by trying to talk to you, okay? It's kind of distracting.
Yeah.
So basically what I'm saying is that would you agree to do wanding year out and not just in the winter?
Should the board require it? Yeah, I can most definitely.
The board can't require anything, sir. As I told you before, this is a fact-finding hearing. You can either say I'm going to do it or you say you're not going to do it. I can't order you to do it.
I can certainly put it under consideration and offer it up to the owner and see what he says.
That's fine. All right. Sergeant, do you have any questions you want to ask Mr. I think you're raised here and you want to ask any questions to Mr. Griswold, and then after Sergeant, anyone else wants to ask any questions?
No, I'm not going to piggyback on what he just said, but well, I do want to piggyback. He said the winter time, if this is a facts finding during that week of March 16th, that was temperature was averaging probably 65, and the lowest was 34 degrees. As you said, your question was how you depict what night or what weather or what season to use the wand. Yes, it could have been possibly prevented if you would have used the wand. I mean, I'm just going to agree with that part. And that time of year, people was wearing coats, and also it could have been possibly detected if it was using a wand, if he had used a wand.
possibly.
Just a quick question, Sergeant. Did you
Yeah.
see the did you see the weapon?
Yes,
Can you describe the weapon?
it was a pocket knife, approximately 3 inches, 3-inch blade. So it's a folded knife, pocket knife, black in color.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Do you have any experience with wanding and what do you have? Do you know anything about wanding of a person entering an establishment?
Yes, I have experience with winding. Winding would detect any kind of metal material, even if the metal material could be as safe, just like as of a belt, but it would make you alert to check the additional part of the belt. If the knife was on his belt and it would went off, it would probably alert the security at least pull up his shirt more, or at least check the belt on the person if the knife was actually stuck onto his belt or to something else that's probably safe as of a metal material on his clothing. It would give a alertness of a security to the security that, hey, he possibly could have something dangerous other than something such as a belt buckle or some keys or some other coins or something like that.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Any questions of Mr. Griswold by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Yes, I guess it's still good morning, Mr. Griswold. How many years have you been in business there at the fireplace?
His name is I've been there over 20 years, sir.
Over 20 years.
Over 20 years, sir.
And in 20 years, can you give us a ballpark figure of how many violent incidents you've had where someone's been assaulted?
I cannot.
Would you say it's more than 5 or 6?
Again, I cannot.
Excuse me?
Again, I cannot. Sorry.
You're the manager, and
I am. I recently became the manager, sir.
Well, in your
I'm
20
not the
years.
general manager.
Okay, can I speak now, Mr. Griswold?
Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Griswold, 20 years you've been there. You've seen violence there before, and now you're the manager. And you don't think that after the policeman has testified, public safety wise, he thinks that wanding would be a help to you and your business. Do you agree with the police officer?
I agree with the police officer.
You agree with the officer, but you're still not going to
You already
commit
answered the question, sir.
I hadn't finished my question. Can I finish now?
Certainly.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, you've heard the testimony of the officer. You've been there for 20 years. This is not the first time that the fireplace has been before this board for an assault, is it, or is it not? Yes or no?
No.
Are you saying that
I'm sorry. This is not the first time that is that correct. I'm saying that we've been before the board.
For assaults?
Yes.
What has changed since the last time you were here before the board and this stabbing?
I don't know how to answer that question because if we're before the board,
I can't hear you, Mr. Griswold, because you're breaking up.
there's nothing I can do about the microphone picking up. I'm sorry,
Mr. Griswold, we cannot hear you. You're breaking up. I don't know what has happened to your volume. That's one of the reasons I'd ask you to switch to turn your camera off so we can hear you, but I can't hear you. I'm sorry?
Is it any better?
Yes, sir. It's better now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Councilman Short. I don't know how to answer that question, seeing as we were before the ABC board and you have all the answers you need in front of you, don't you? As to directly, I mean, we've implemented security plans, we've added additional security, we have police detail. We even bought the ones to use on the occasions that they were needed.
So, Mr. Griswold, you have the wands there, but you choose not to use them. Is that correct?
Not all the time, sir.
The night of the stabbing, did you, yes or no, was your security using the wand the night of this recent stabbing on March 16th?
I believe not.
Will your security staff be using wanding this weekend when you're open?
I would have to be there, and actually I will be there.
Again, I'll ask the question again. I don't think you heard what I asked. If you're there or not there, will security be wanding folks entering your establishment this weekend?
That hasn't been discussed yet.
You've heard the testimony of the police officer.
Certainly, I would most definitely put it under serious consideration, considering the heaviness of your pushing of this stuff.
Is this not the first time that you've said that to this board, that you're going to take more stringent efforts about assaults inside of the fireplace?
Is this a fact-finding hearing about this incident, or are you going off of other ones? I'm sorry.
What I'm trying to find out is, since this incident on March 16th and the very last one that you can remember, what changes have been made and why aren't you wanding?
Actually, the very last incident that I can remember was the last time before I was the board. I believe it was dismissed, but it wasn't because of an altercation. As for an altercation being before the board, it wasn't me who was present. It certainly was the fireplace, but it wasn't me who was present, so I can't answer that.
Mr. Griswold, this is a yes or no question.
And I'm trying to answer it as best as possible.
Well, I have another question. Thank you very much. Mr. Griswold, what the question I'm trying to get across to you is, wanding would help this board feel, at least I as a board member, or I believe this board, feel a lot more comfortable. Since the last incident to this incident, and you're not going to use wands this weekend as you know of, is that correct?
I did not state that.
Thank you, Mr. Griswold. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any of the board members? I guess the question, Mr. Griswold, and I'll just ask it, and I said, and it's either yes or no. Would your establishment agree to use wanding the entire year when your establishment is open to allow patrons in the establishment?
Yes.
All right. So, would you agree to then amend your security agreement, your security plan, to address that you will use wanding at all times when patrons are allowed into the establishment?
As long as the security person to sit there at the door to do it, because we don't have security 24/7 or the whole time.
That when is the security? I'm sorry. I guess let me ask another question. What are your hours of operation?
1 to 2 Sunday through Thursday, 2, and then till 3 Friday and Saturday.
And when is the security at the door?
6 o'clock every day of the week.
So would you agree that when security is at the door, that you would do wanding?
I can certainly put it under heavy consideration. Yes or no question, sir. Yes.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members? All right. Any final questions before I end this hearing, Mr. Sergeant?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Griswold, before I bring this hearing to closure, any final statements you want to make, sir?
No, about this particular case, no.
I'm sorry, you said, sir?
I'm sorry, about this particular case, no.
I did not understand what you said, sir.
About this case, no.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. As I stated before, it's a fact-finding hearing. The board is just gathering information. The option that the board has are that we can either say no further action because you acted appropriately, or we can refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General to see whether or not violation occurred and whether or not this matter should go to a show cause. At this juncture, there's no agreement that you will do one then because you have not. And as I told you before, that the board cannot order you to do anything on the fact finding hearing. So that's where we are. So thank you for being here this morning, sir. Thank you, Sergeant McKeachin, for being here today. The board will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. So the hearing is over. Thank you. You can log off. All right. We have now concluded our morning calendar. And so let's now do our legal agenda for the morning. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated May 2nd, 2023 for case number 23 CMP 00004, Justin's House of Bourbon, license number 116888. The offer in compromise reads as follows. Charge 1, misuse the establishment's approval off-premises storage facility. Statutory Authority 23 DCMR Section 209. This charge has been dismissed. Charge 2, illegally transport alcoholic beverage within the district. Statutory Authority 23 DCMR Section 1303.1. That charge has also been dismissed. Charge 3, failed to keep and maintain books and records on premises. Statutory Authority 23 DCMR Section 1208. There's a fine of $1,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 4, interfered with an ABRA investigation by failing to produce documents within 48 hours. Statutory Authority DC Code Section 25823A5E. For this charge is a fine of $1,500 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Grandis will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of an offer in compromise of a lieu of a hearing dated May 9th, 2023 for case number 23 CMP 00101, Elements DC, license number 118277. Sorry, the offer in compromise for Elements for charge 1, operated outside of approved hours. Statutory Authority DC Code Section 25723B. There is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 2, failed to follow settlement agreement. Statutory Authority DC Code Section 25823B6. That charge has been dismissed. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated March 23rd, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3F and Parlo Wines LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 124246. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated April 26, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1E and Skylit Lounge, license number 118192. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of a settlement agreement dated May 2nd, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4A and Serengeti Restaurant Lounge, license number 123439. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, I'll second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of a settlement agreement dated May 8th, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Slice and Pie / Lucy, license number 118631. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, I agree. Makes a motion.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 7, review of a motion for reconsideration of Board Order number 2022-618 dated May 1st, 2023, in case number 22PRO00022. This is Premier Lounge, license number 120372. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Grandis,
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 8, review of consent motion to continue protest hearing dated May 8th, 2023, in case number 22PRO000112 flash license number 090823. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, I'll second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 9, review of a motion to continue protest hearing dated May 2nd, 2023, in case number 22PRO00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of protestants' opposition to motion to continue protest hearing dated May 2nd, 2023, in case number 22PRO00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. This is now moot. Number 11, review of Meridian Hill Association's reply to opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss protest in case number 23 PRO 00021 dated April 29th, 2023. This is made and license number 106450. This is also moot. And number 12, review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C's resolution regarding the Adams Morgan moratorium zone dated May 4th, 2023. I make a motion that we set this matter for a hearing for a date to be determined. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Ed Grandis
second.
will second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato, Miss Grant, I'm sorry, Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Cato, Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter, I'm going to read the first three matters on the licensing agenda, and then I'll make a recommendation for the first three. Review a request to increase the total occupancy load of the establishment from 21 to 44. This is for Kiddes Lounge, license number 119361. Number 2, review application for class change from retailer C restaurant to retailer C tavern. This is for Kiddes Lounge, license number 119361. And number 3, review and application for entertainment endorsement. This is for Kiddes Lounge, license number 119361. For all three, I make a motion that we refer these three back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Jenny
second.
Hansen will second.
Short and Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 4, review application for a change of hours. This is for Ania Market Wine and Spirits, license number 122253. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 5, review of new ABC license application to determine appropriate license establishment type. This is for the Spice Suite, license number 122358. I make a motion that we reference them as a Class C tavern. I make a motion that approves this. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 6, review request to change the address of the business to 2800 10th Street Northeast. This is for Wine Key Experience, license number 114575. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review request to modify the official address of the establishment to 1319 Connecticut Avenue Northwest to match the certificate of occupancy and business license. This request does not constitute a change of location, only of an official address. This is for the Mad Hatter, license number 082646. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato,
Jenny
second.
Hansen will second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Is there a second? We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, Mr. Grandis, Mr. Grandis. Can everyone hear me? Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 8, review request for approval to provide a gift of cupcakes that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. This is for Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby
Jenny
Cato,
Hansen will
second.
second.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. All right, let's move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review request to remove the license from safekeeping to reopen immediately. This is for Shangri-La Hall, license number 123200. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Hansen, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 2, review of architectural floor plans for a new full-service grocery store. This is for Foxtrot, license number 124610. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 3, review of application for a new retailer's Class CX multi-purpose license. This is for Prince Hall Free and Accepted Mason and Order of the Eastern Star Charitable Educational Foundation, license number 124767. I make a motion that we placard this. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 4, review requests from International Square Food Hall Bar, LLC, One Market LLC, and 1919 19th Street Northwest LLC, and One Market LLC for an approved pool buying group. This is for Atrium Bar and Casa Teresa / Hammond Brasa. License number 121651 and 121652. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 5, review requests for 2 personal auction permits for events to be held on Thursday, May the 11th, 2023. This is from Benchmark Wine and Spirits / Brentwood Wine DC, license number 118102. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Number 6, review request for a refund of $500 for late fees paid on the second year annual payment. This is for His and Her Restaurant DC, license number 121770. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. City Winery, license number 107710. The license request cancellation. I make a motion that we cancel the license. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. We now move to our cease and desist agenda. The ABC Board will be issuing orders to cease and desist the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Medusa Lounge, license number 121559. The licensee did not complete the renewal application process and is operating on an expired license. I make a motion that the board issues a cease and desist order in this case. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0-0. We now move to the Class A cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Supreme Core Craft Cider, license number 105787. The licensee did not pay the third-year annual fee. Kana, license number 115507. The licensee did not pay the third-year fee. Widget Wine, license number 117634. The licensee did not pay the third-year fee. New Columbia Distilleries / Green Hat Gin / Green Hat Distillery, license number 119963. The licensee did not pay the annual fee. And Bolt-D, license number 121818. The licensee did not pay the third-year fee. I make a motion that the board, ABC Board, cancel the license just read. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I
Bobby Cato,
second.
seconds.
Mr. Cato, Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0-0. We now move to our caterer cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Number 1, Trump International Hotel, Washington, D.C. / BLT Prime, license number 104527. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. Service Bar, license number 106553. The licensee did not pay the second year annual fee. And Sangria Bar and Grill, license number 120675. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. I make a motion that ABC Board cancel those licenses. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I will agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. All right, I'm sorry. All right. So what agenda did I just read? I apologize. I'm just doing too many things at one time.
What was the question?
What agenda did I just read a couple of minutes
You just
ago?
read the caterer's cancellation. We should be going to the 1 days now.
All right. No, we still have another one. Okay. I apologize. Okay. Let's move to the Class C and D cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. I'll go through the entire list and then I'll make a motion after. The first establishment is the Royal Thai Cuisine and Bar, license number 079108. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. DBGB Kitchen and Bar, license number 094697. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Thai Exin 9th Street, license number 096629. Licensee did not pay the second year fee. Boogie Manga Restaurant, license number 102904. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Los Cuatros Restaurant, license number 103576. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Roy Boys, license number 112358. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Easy Eats, license number 112757. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Lem Mirch, MIRCH, license number 115028. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Number 9, ICAS, IRCIAS Kitchen, license number 116124. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Amsterdam Falafels Shop, Adomo, ADMO, license number 116948. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Shinwari Grill, license number 117478. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Le Cavacha Bistro, license number 117768. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. Handle 19, license number 119122. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. And Delivered, license number 121946. The licensee did not pay the second year fee. I there make a motion that the ABC board cancels these C and D establishments that did not pay the second year fee. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato
Jenny Hansen will
seconds.
second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Hanson, a second motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. All right. So I'm going to do the board's temporary 1-day and substantial change license. And I'm going to read the first 7 applicants on this license agenda. I'm going to give the name, the type of license that they're requesting and the date. And after reading the first 7, I'll make a motion that we approve these. The first request is a request from Lana Mahmoud for 1-day license class F. This is for a concert on May the 11th. The license number is 124699, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 2, another request from Lana Mahmoud for 1-day license class F. This is a concert on May 12th, 2023. The license number is 124704. 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 3, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F for a concert, May 13, 2023. License number 124700, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 4, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F for a concert. This is on May 17th. The license number is 124701, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 5, another request from Lana Mahmoud for a concert on May 20th, 2023. The license number is 124702, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 6, another request from Lana Mahmoud, 1-day license class F for a concert May 27th. The license number is 124703, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. And then number 7, another request from Lana Mahmoud for a 1-day license class F for concert. This is May 30th. The license number is 124705, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. I make a motion that the ABC board grants these licenses. Is there a second?
Hey, Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 8, a request from Elidora Nava Carranza for a 1-day license class G. This is for a wedding. This is on May 27th. The license number is 124719. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 9, a request from Zachary Coles. A 1-day license class G. This is for soft opening. This is May 10th through May the 11th. The license number is 124695. No more than 8 to 9 attendees at one time for security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis will abstain.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. Matter passed 4 to 0 to 1. Number 10. A request from Zachary Coles, a one-day license class G. For the soft opening, this is from May the 12th through May 14th. The license number is 124760. 8 to 9 attendees for security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis abstains.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4 to 0 to 1. 4 to 0 to 1 with Mr. Grandis abstaining. Number 11, there's a request from Tilahara, Tilario Best, a one-day license class G. This is for a birthday party. This is May 16th. The license number is 124741. 100 attendees for security guard. I make a motion that refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. We have, I'm going to read from number 12 through number 24. And after I read all 12, then I'll make a motion that we approve the rest. So the first request is a request from Robert Jordan, a one-day license class G for private event. This is on May 12th. The license number is 124757. 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 13, a request from Robert Jordan, a one-day license class G private event, May 19th, 2023. License number is 124758. 124758. 60 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 14, a request from Robert Jordan, a one-day license class G private event. This is on May 26th. The license number is 124756. 60 attendees. Number 15, a request from Ash Harf, ASHRAF, Mina, MINA, for one-day license class G open house. This is on May 18th. The license number is 124754. 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 16, a request from Leah Munson, a one-day license class G wedding reception, May 27th, 2023. License number 124755. 90 attendees, 2 security guard. Number 17, a request from Musi Grimmay, GHIRMAY, a one-day license class G. This is a maritime vessel Memorial Day Veterans Celebration. This is on May 28th. The license number is 124763. 150 attendees for security guard. Number 18, a request from Abdullah NASSEREDDINE, a one-day license class G, Georgetown Lebanese Festival. This is on May 28th. The license number is 124771. 250 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 19, a request from Thomas Canavan, CANAVAN, for reception. This is on May 12th, 2023. License number is 124772. 1,000 attendees, 20 security guards. Number 20, a request from Kenneth H. Nash, Post 8 American Legion, one-day substantial change reception. This is on May 14th. Nature of substantial change, to use a license off premises in establishments abutting parking lot. The license number is 000643. Substantial change license is 23 SC 00715. Number 21, a request from Cinco Soles, a one-day license, a one-day substantial change, Mother's Day celebration, May 12th through May 14th, substantial change use license off premises on establishment patio. This is license number is 113277, substantial change 23 SC 00716. Number 22, another request from Cinco Soles, a one-day substantial change Memorial Day celebration. This is May 26th through May 28th, change use license off premises on establishment's patio. The license number is 113277, substantial change number is 23 SC 00717. Number 23, another request from Cinco Soles, one-day substantial change, Father's Day celebration, June 16th through June 18th, change use license off premises and established patio. The license number is 123277, substantial change license is 23 SC 00718. Number 24, Levy at DC United, one-day substantial change. Tailgate, this is May 13th. The license number is 060462, substantial change license is 23 SC 00721. I make a motion that we approve all these requests. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We're now on our license administrative docket. I'm going to read the first 11.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't called in the last one.
Which one was that, sir? Mr.
What you just did. The
Mr.
motion is-
Grandis. For Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
All right, so
Thank you.
the vote in the last one was 5-0, with 5-0. So I'm correcting the record for the applications from 12 through 24 that we just voted on. And 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Grandis. All right, so we now move to our license administrative docket. I'm going to read the first 11, and I'm going to read the first 11, and I'm going to make a motion that the ABC board approve these requests. First applicant is Tigarilla, license number 119978, Retail SC Restaurant, letter of requested for disposal permit. Number 2, Parlo Victoria, Lucha Rosa, license number 119917, Retail SC Restaurant, stipulated liquor license, stipulated license application. Number 3, Asmara Liquor Store, license number 117125, Retail A Liquor Store, tasting permit endorsement application. Number 4, Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518, Wholesaler A gifts and loan application, non-alcoholic juice. Number 5, Vagabond, license number 120426, Retail SC Restaurant, increased summer garden capacity from 16 to 49, total occupancy from 96 to 129. Entertainment endorsement application with dance and change of hours, inside only. Number 6, Kraken Kutas LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 123319, Retail SC Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Kraken Courts, Kourts, and Skates. Number 7, Tam Asha, TAMASHAA. License number is 122951, Retail SC Restaurant. Excuse me, trade name change application. The new name is Tam Asha, TAMASHAA, quotation, show, SHOW. The SHOW is in quotation. Number 8, Parlo Wines LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 124246, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 9, Poe House, PHO, Lastly, license number is 123908, Retailer D Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 10, GOAT, GOAT, room, license number 123802, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 11, Lakewood Trade, license number 124602, Wholesale B, new ABC license application. I make a motion that we approve all these applications. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Then let's go to our license administrative docket for Streetery. The applicant is Mark's Cafe American Bar, license number 122472, retailer C Tavern, street endorsement application. I make a motion that we approve this. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis
Jenny
will
Hansen will
second.
second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Hanson second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. I need to go back on one of our agendas. On our one-day substantial change, I'm sorry, the agenda that it's a board type temporary license and one-day substantial change agenda. There was number 11. There was a request from TIAL Telaria Best. He had requested a one-day license of class G. I had made a motion for us to refer this back to licensing. I would like to change the recommendation, and the recommendation now is for us to approve this one. So it's Telaria Best number 11 on the one-day substantial change. It's for one-day license class G. It's for birthday party. It is for May 16th, 2023. The license number is 124741. I now make a motion that we approve
Chair,
this request. Yes, Mr. Short.
I do know earlier today we discussed this and it was referred back because of some technicalities. Have all those technicalities been taken care of?
Yes, Mr. Short.
For the record, that's all clear?
Yes, Mr. Short.
All right, thank you.
All right. So I therefore make a motion that we approve this application. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I'm going to vote present.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0 with Mr. Short voting present. Thank you very much. All right. So we are at the end of our morning calendar and morning agenda. And I would like to thank the parties for participating this morning. And so we will resume our afternoon agenda at 1:30. I will now ask all board members to briefly go to executive session, and then we'll go to lunch. But we will resume our public agenda at our public calendar at 1:30. But I'll ask all board members to return to executive session briefly. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are our four other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members in attendance, and that constitutes a quorum. Just want to let you know, we have our calendar has 3 cases for the afternoon. If you have any concerns, technical issues, please, our IT specialist will assist you, but please try to place whatever questions or concerns that you have in that chat. All right. So for our afternoon agenda, the first case in our afternoon agenda is case number 23 PRO 00022, Serengeti Restaurant, license number 123439. This case has been canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement by the board on our legal agenda this morning. And the last case in our calendar, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 PRO 00010, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. This hearing has been continued to July 13th at 1:30 p.m. due to the board on its legal agenda this morning approving a motion by the applicant to continue the hearing based on the unavailability of the licensee. And so therefore the board has continued this case to July 13th at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. So now the case that's at hand is case number 23 PRO 00020, Buho's, B-U-H-O, Buho's Restaurant, license number 115711. It's an application for renewal a license. And so, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the right of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please? Thank you.
Sure. Jessica Nye, your access has been elevated. Mark Russell, your access has been elevated. Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. Serena Sam Sutton, your access has been elevated. And I received a report that licensee owners having challenges joining. We're working with them to get them on.
Thank you.
Just providing an update, we sent the meeting information to the email address provided for the Bujo's owner and called them and left them a message.
And you have not, they did not answer the phone?
They didn't answer the phone and I don't see them in the waiting area.
Can you, I'm sorry, how did you said that you found that they were having, you said that you found,
Investigator Mark Ruiz has been in contact with them.
okay. When the licensee is here, I will call the case. So we are waiting for the licensee to show up. And so that is what we're waiting for. Once I was informed that the licensee is having some technical difficulties. And so once we are able to locate the licensee, then I will have the parties introduce themselves. Mr. Oriana, can you do me a favor, please? Can you confirm with Mr. Ruiz that the number that you're calling is the correct number and try to reach them again, please?
Yes, and we have 2 individuals in the waiting area that I could potentially elevate to see if they're related to this hearing.
Yes, why don't you try to find out who they are?
So, Chairman, Investigator Ruiz, they located the link that should be on.
I cannot hear you, Mr. Ruiz. I'm sorry. No, Mr. Ruiz, you were speaking, but I couldn't hear what you were saying.
They found the link. They should be logging in momentarily.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Kiara Earl, your access has been elevated. Tim Brookins, your access has been elevated.
Who is Tim Brookins?
Hi, this is Tim Brookins. I am part of the protest group for Bujo's.
Okay, who is Kiara Early?
Hi, this is Kiara Earl. I am also here for the protest group for Bujo's restaurant.
Still waiting on a licensee.
Mr. Oriana, I've looked at the PIP and I don't see Miss Earl and I don't see Mr. Brookins listed. So can you not elevate their rights at the moment, please?
Will do.
Thank you. Who is SARI? Sanira Sam Student. Who's that person? Can that person?
I am one of the protester for Buos.
All right. So the only two people whose names should be, the only two individuals who should be elevated at this time is Jessica Mayer and Mark Russell. Those are the only two people who I've seen whose rights should be elevated at this moment. Okay.
Hi, this is Mark Russell. Are the witnesses able to get their rights elevated right now?
Mr. Russell, I'm looking at your PIP, and I don't see you having the witnesses listed unless I'm reading the wrong document. I see your PIP, and I don't see any witnesses listed. Okay, so right. So I'm just saying at the moment, no, but I don't see you having any witnesses listed on the PIP that I'm looking at. So if I'm looking at the wrong document, then please, I can be directed. I can be directed, but I'm just saying at the moment, I don't see any witnesses. The only two people that I see on your PIP, I see your name and I see Jessica Mayer. If there are other people, we can discuss that, but I don't see them on the PIP right now. Okay.
Chairman, I hear that they're having internet connection issues.
Well, if they're having internet connection issues, then they need to participate on the telephone. You don't need internet for the telephone. So they can participate on the telephone.
That is correct. We have provided them the
They can do a call in. I will, in this particular time, I will not demand that they be on camera if they have those challenges.
I'll give them a call again. Chairman, I just made contact. They should be joining soon, hopefully.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. This is Jessica Mai. Regarding your comments about the witnesses, we can send you the updated PIP form containing the names of witnesses we'd like to participate in the hearing today, if that works with you.
And when was that? When was that filed with the agency? And was that filed on the other side? When was it? When was the PIP? I'm just asking before we start the hearing. So you're saying that a PIP was filed? When was that filed with the agency? Miss Mo.
One second, let me pull up the record of when the email was sent.
It was at least 10 days ago. This is Mark Russell. But the witnesses we can add on now, if that's possible.
There's all right. The hearing hasn't started yet. However, as you remember, I stated during the protest status hearing that the PIP was have to be filed 7 days prior to the hearing. So I'm going by what is filed at least 7 days ago. If that document is being amended, then a request has to be made once the hearing starts. Once the hearing starts, to amend that document. So that's what I said. Once the licensee comes on board, then we can discuss preliminary matters, whether or not what you're asking, if that is permissible, if the board is going to grant that.
Understood. Thank you for the update. We'll plan to make that request once the hearing begins.
Still waiting, Chairman.
While we're waiting for the protest, the applicant, I know we had a pre-hearing, a protest hearing status. The applicant participated in that process and participate through a video, a virtual call in that process. So I'm not quite sure what's the technical issue that we're having today. I just need to get some clarification so the board can make a determination what the next step is, because they have to participate in that process. And if a party is having technical issues, then I'm not going to hold it against them. And so if we have to reschedule this hearing, then I guess that's what we need to do. Or we do have, this is the only hearing that we have for this afternoon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have the board go into executive session. And I'm requesting maybe Mr. Ruiz and maybe Mr. Oriana, maybe you can assist us to see if you can make contact with the licensee to see if we can get them on board. Because I said before, we had a status hearing a couple of weeks ago, and they did participate, and I need them to participate. And so because we do have some time, so I'm going to ask everyone else to stay online. The board will go into executive session, and I will ask that Ms. Oriana, I will ask that you alert us when is it that the licensee is on board. Okay, so So I'm asking all board members to go to executive session, and we will return once we're told that the licensee, the applicant, is on board. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record. So it's my understanding that the licensee is on the telephone. Is that what I'm being told?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, let me have everyone identify themselves for the record. So could I have the licensee identify themselves for the record, please?
Correction, it looks like the licensee just dropped off.
All right. Can you please?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I don't know if this would help for the future with this particular licensee, but maybe we do need an interpreter.
One was scheduled. We were told that one was not needed.
Right. I understand. No. I heard all that, but maybe part of this logistics is that they need somebody that they can understand. That's all my point.
The agency will provide an interpreter if one is requested. On the schedule today, it stated that there was an interpreter. I was subsequently informed that the licensee did not require one. So I cannot require that someone have an interpreter if they told us they do not want one. We can only offer. But
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Short.
If my recollection is correct, they've been before us previously. It's a husband and wife. And they both speak English well enough not that. But anyway, if they want one, I'll agree 100%. But they've been before us before without an interpreter.
I was told today that they did not request one.
Yeah.
All right. All right. And our IT person it's my understanding, is native in Spanish. So whatever communication that he's having with them to get them on the line, I believe it's in a language that they are able to.
If they're going to come in and use one of our laptops, that might be of great assistance to have our Spanish-speaking staff there.
All right, I need to end this conversation because we're in the public record. So as I stated before, I just want the record to reflect that if any licensee requests, any protest, and if they request an interpreter, we provide it to them. This agency will not demand that a person use any specific type, but if it's requested, the agency will accommodate the request that's made. All right. So let's kind of just end our conversation until we can find the licensee. So let's try one more time for the licensee, Ms. Oriana, and then I have some recommendations I will make once the licensee is on the phone. Mr. Oriana, are you able to try to reach the licensee again, please?
Okay, Chairman, they have been elevated.
All right, can we have the call-in person? Can you please identify yourself for the record, please? Can the licensee please unmute their line? And is the line unmuted, sir, so they can speak?
I sent them a request to unmute. Not sure on the status.
Can the licensee, can you please identify yourself for the record, please? It appears that the licensee there's several people on the line. I need one person to. All right, wherever the licensee is, it appears that there are several people on the line or using different phones in the same area. That is the reason why we're hearing this feedback. So I just need only one person's phone to be open. All the other phones need to be muted. So can we have one more time? I need the licensee to unmute their line and speak to me.
Calling emergency service. Calling emergency service. Calling emergency service. Emergency service.
Does anyone know what's going on there? I'm trying to surmise what is going on. Why am I getting all that feedback with the licensee?
I'm going to make contact again.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I'm sorry, who's speaking, please? Can that person identify themselves for the record? Mr. Ruiz, do you have
Yes,
a phone
sir.
number? Do you have a phone number for their licensee?
I do.
Are you able to try to see if we can reach them to see what is
Yeah,
going on?
I'll do that right now.
And if it's a matter of doing a conference call with them, I'm going to make some recommendations, but if it's a matter of just doing a conference call so I can get them on the line, we can do that, please. So Can I have all board members mute their line, please? I see that any progress with in trying to reach the licensee?
I reached them. They stated that they turned off all their phones, but seems like they're still having challenges.
I just need someone to unmute their line so I can talk to them. That's all I need to. So are they able to unmute one line one more time to see if we can have a conversation?
Yeah, I'll call them again.
If I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, 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 yes, you are.
Mr. Chairman, I tried to call the contact I had. Oh, wait, hold on.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any were you able to get through, Mr. Ruiz?
Yeah, I have Ms. Nunez on the line now.
Can she hear us? If can you put her on speakerphone? Can she identify herself for the record?
Oh, hold on. Let me unplug.
Can I have the licensee? Can I turn their cameras on, please? I'm not the licensee. I'm talking to protesting. Mr. Russell, and Miss Mayes, can you put your camera on, please? Mr. Russell.
Hi.
All right.
And through the conference.
Can I hear? Can the licensee hear me?
Hi. Say it again. Oh no, I'm gonna try to conference call you in through this number that we're on right now.
You're on. You can mute yourself, Mr. Ruiz, please. All right, Mr. Ruiz. I'm sorry. I need to make some decisions. So what is going on?
I am calling in through conference with them on the other line.
All right.
I hear you. I'm merging the calls.
Mr. Reeves, it's my understanding you're trying to conference the call in. I need to move on. I cannot sit here. So what is happening? Are they there, sir?
Yeah, the call-in info wasn't going, but I hear you through the phone, so there's some reception that's crossing lines.
Can they hear? Can they hear me? Just tell me their name. Can the licensee tell me his or her name?
Say that again, Miss Nunez.
All right. This is let me have all the parties. It appears that there might be the license. I don't know what's going on with the licensee, but this is what this is. Where's Mr. Russell? Mr. Russell. All right. This matter was scheduled for protest. This matter was scheduled for protest hearing. Excuse me, on for 1:30 today. It appears that the licensee is having some technical challenges. I don't know what is going on. We did have a protest hearing, status hearing a couple of weeks ago, and the licensee did participate in that process virtually. I don't know what is going on today, and so I am not going to penalize the licensee because they're having technical difficulties. So what I'm going to do, we're going to continue this hearing until this hearing will be continued to May 23rd at 1:30 p.m. May 23rd at 1:30 p.m. May 23rd at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
At that hearing, both parties will be permitted to amend their PIP. So therefore, both parties will be permitted to amend their PIP. And secondly, the applicant will be instructed to show up in person at our office, and our office will provide them with a laptop computer from the ABRA office so they can participate in this hearing. So therefore, we will not have any issues. And so we will have this hearing on May 23rd at 1:30 p.m. with or without the protest, the licensee, because we will instruct that they show up in person to the ABCRA's office. We will provide them with a laptop computer so they can participate virtually on this hearing and that they will not have any technological issues.
Are they able to reschedule it if they want to, or is this set in stone?
This hearing is scheduled for May 23rd at 1:30 in the afternoon.
What if they do not attend it?
May 23rd at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
If they do not attend that, there's a protest hearing, then this is an application to renew their license. Then their license will not be renewed.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. That is
Jessica, Miss May, did Jessica have anything else to say, to add? I just want to let her have some space to talk as well, since we've been waiting for an hour.
No, I don't have any additional comments. Thank you, everybody, especially to the protesters, the members of our community that were able to show up today. And we'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
the May 23rd at, hold on. No. And so basically what will happen is that the license have, if they do not participate in the process, their license has expired, and then the agency, then they cannot sell and serve alcohol until they have a proper license. Okay. Anyway, so that's the decision, and we will pass that on to the licensee. This hearing then is continued to May 23rd at 1:30 p.m. The licensee, the protesters will be available virtually from wherever they want to be, but the licensee will be instructed to show up in person at our office, where we will provide them a laptop computer for them to participate in this process. Okay, and so we will reach out to the parties to ensure that they are there, and also, as I stated before, both parties will be allowed to amend their PIP.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. With that said, we are at the end of our agenda for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 17th, 2023 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for May 17th, as published in the DC Registry on May 12th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now it has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are now adjourned for the day. I ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.